call the meeting to order, the Trenton Board of Education. Pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Gerald Trueheart.
Present.
Denise Johnson. Present. Jean Bowie.
Present.
Addie Daniels Lane.
Present.
Austin Edwards.
Present.
Yolanda Lopez.
Present.
Larry Traylor.
Present.
Jeannie Weekland. Present. We have a quorum.
New Jersey Sunshine Law, New Jersey Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the rights of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted on. On the rules of this act, the Trenton Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting by publicizing the date, time, and place, therefore posted on the website, the Times, and the Star Ledger. Formal action will take place at this meeting. Mission statement: all students will graduate with a vision for their future, motivated to learn continually and prepare to succeed in their choice of college or career. Motion to adopt the agenda. We do have one amendment to the board. We're pulling one item, database analyst job description, from the Human Resources agenda. I believe that is the only. We do have a new business item we'll discuss during new business time, but that is the only thing that I see that's going to change or modify the agenda. Motion, please. Motion to adopt the agenda with the amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. Roll call.
Gerald Trueheart.
Yes.
Denise Johnson. Yes. Jean Bowie.
Yes.
Addie Daniels Lane.
Yes.
Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Larry Traylor.
Yes.
Jeannie Weekland. Yes. Motion passed.
Mr. Superintendent.
Good evening and welcome to our, fall board meeting, the first week we've been back in school. I hope everyone's healthy and back in the swing of things. Today we have a treat for you. We're going to pause our meeting, or not pause, this is a part of the meeting. We have student performances, and today you'll be treated to a performance by our marching band, who is right outside and ready to perform for you. So the band is directed by Mr. Ted Plunkett, Mr. David Lerner, Mr. Cesar Gonzalez, and Mr. Isai Cortez. So with that being said, I'd like to ask everyone, if you are interested, to meet us outside on the steps or around that area to see the band. Otherwise, you are welcome to stay inside until we return. Thank you.
Everyone is here and present back. Great time with our students. Come on, give them a round of applause, y'all. Come on now. They deserve it. Coordination, tempo, all the different instruments. I saw flutes. I saw trumpets. I saw tenor. What do you call them? Trumpets. Tenor trumpets. Drums. Cymbals. Trombones. Give the tuba some love. Tuba. And then the twirling, what's that called when you twirl? Batons. Yeah, man. The coordination and the effort that goes into making that happen, the coordination and all the things that go into those types of activities and performances. Kudos to the teachers and the staff who are instrumental in our teaching our students, as well, of course, our superintendent and his leadership team that pushed the work and made sure that we're all on the right track. And what a great performance that was. I still want to give them a round of applause for the work and for the students' participation for being here. Superintendent, additional remarks from our superintendent.
Yes, thank you. Just want to update everyone on the issues we're having at Mott Elementary School. On Friday, there was a water main break at a sprinkler. The sprinkler activates the fire system, and when it broke, it flooded the basement, which flooded anything in it, the boiler systems, and unfortunately, it did affect one of the main circuit things, or breakers, or whatever they're called, transformers, that connects and it controls the power to the building. So we had to close on Friday. We had to come out early on Friday. Students did get into school for about 15 minutes, and then we were able to evacuate. We closed today, and our team worked over the weekend and today in getting a new transformer and connecting it. But then we have to call all of the systems, PSE&G, the city, to do their inspections. And during PSE&G's inspection, they learned that there was water in the line that comes into the building, which is one of their lines. And we don't have any control over that. I was thinking about getting my own tools out to go fix it, but that won't work for children that we serve. So best thing to do is to let them do it. So unfortunately, we're closed for a third consecutive day. Typically, we would try to pivot to virtual after the third consecutive day. Our hope is that we're up tomorrow. We're told that the power will be restored tomorrow. PSE&G is currently running the new line, and after all tests, then hopefully we can get back to school. If not, we will be working to see what we can do to get students back into school. One of the issues that we had with students going home so abruptly is we were in the middle of testing, and when you're testing and using devices, we try to keep the devices on campus. And so right in the middle of testing, when we're keeping the devices on campus, we have to evacuate and can't get back there, which impedes us from going to virtual. And besides, the state doesn't allow you to move to virtual instruction until you have 3 consecutive days away from school. So if something happens after tomorrow, we may activate some type of pickup system. As I sit here, I'm just getting that information around 3:30 today. So imagine getting here and trying to figure out what we do if this happens for a third day. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, and hopefully we can get back in. But just wanted to update the public that we're doing everything in our power and have completed our tasks. There's still minor repairs that we'll have to do, and we will have to repair that pipe, but that can be done when the building's open because they've controlled the leak for now. But the power rests on PSE&G. So we will keep our parents and families in the Mott area posted, and probably will be reaching out to principals if we need assistance to borrow your buildings to get students in school. So at this point, we're just planning what next. The last thing I just wanted to mention, a few weeks ago or a week ago, we lost a student, and several weeks prior to that, I think 2 staff members, I know one. I think one might have been retired, but one was certainly here. I won't mention their names, but just want to take a moment, if you will, a moment of silence and recognizing those staff members and that student, and always remembering that loss is heavy for so many of us. And as we come to these spaces to either celebrate or to have conflict, remember there are individuals around us who are struggling with much greater issues sometimes than we are. So I appreciate it if you will bow your head, stand, or sit for a moment of silence. Thank you. That's all I have.
Just a couple of President remarks. One is directly related to the student that lost his life, a junior ROTC student at Trenton Central High School. Did have a conversation, had a prayer this morning for the family and the families, that whole block that was burned out and lost everything. I'm not sure if you can imagine what that feels like, but doesn't feel good, right? And so we want to definitely lift up that family in prayer and make sure that we move to action and provide the resources that we can, because we have the resources, they don't. And so we have to make sure that we step up and provide those resources. Had a conversation with Denise Crease, my long-time friend here in the board. As long as I've been here, she's been here, I believe. And she said through the work here in the district, whether it be shelter, whether it be gift cards, whether it be toiletries and things of that nature, they need so desperately food, all those things that we take for granted, food, shelter, and clothing are primary needs, and those being provided by the district through our superintendent, of course, his leadership team, and the Family and Community Engagement Department, which they do an outstanding job of supporting all of our families in the district. Secondly, I had a conversation with our West Ward Councilwoman, Teska Frisbee. Over at the West Ward Center, they are collecting foods and clothing, and there's a list, a litany of not a litany, but a list of things that the family is requesting. One of the things that I did not think about, because when you're not in that situation, you don't think about it, right? So I thought, oh yeah, there's clothes and canned foods and food and all the good things that we take for granted. But guess what? They have nowhere to store those things right now. And when you think about that, you think about the devastation that these families are going through and continue to go through, and how blessed we are to have. And so the West Ward Center had a conversation with Teska Frisbee, our councilwoman of West Ward. Over at the West Ward Community Center, they are collecting these things, food and clothing and canned goods and all the things. There's a list I'll share with the superintendent, and he can share with his team, to share with everyone in the district. Over at the community center, it started, I believe, today. It's ongoing. So that's another resource for the family. The family's they've been in contact with the families of those victims through that tragedy. And so that's one way we can give back in actionable steps. So not only do we have our district engaged, but we also have community engaged. So I encourage everyone, the board members and everyone, to reach out, to give whatever you can to the families, because they're in desperate need. And one of the first things they need to secure, of course, is shelter, right? Because without shelter, they cannot house the supplies that they're being given. If you think about it that way. I didn't think about it that way. They can't house the supplies. Just think about it. They cannot house the supplies that they're being given right now. And so what a tragedy. But we are here to make a difference in their lives, and so I encourage all of you to do so. We also, this past week, Cross Community Incorporated down to Cure Arena, Feed the Hungry. It was a program, Rise Against Hunger. Many of our board members were there, and I encourage a team of board members to go next year. This is their second year there. They put together 300,000 meals for the communities through the Rise Against Hunger program. And each board member in front of them has a pamphlet, Rise Against Hunger. It starts with meals, and it starts with you. They also have a portfolio on some of the things that they've done to build resilience, as well as a pen and a pen to go on their lapels, as well as a pen to write with that shows the work that's being done in our community. And the important thing I wanted to share is that it was a community effort. It was members from the entire Trenton, Mercer County area, greater Trenton area community coming out to support. Our Trenton marching band was there, our Trenton students were there, our board members were there, our teachers were there, I believe some administrators were even at the event at the Cure Arena. This is the second year, going into the third year next year, but think about it, 300,000 meals were packed by a team of community members to help the hungry and this rise against hunger. So I thought those were important things to note in our board meeting, because we're involved, we're engaged with our communities. I know that Addie, Daniels Lane, as well as board member Weekland were there. I'm not sure they had any remarks regarding that as well. Ms. Lane or Ms. Board member Weekland, do you have any comments related to the rise against hunger?
Yes, I was there on behalf of Meals on Wheels, but it was amazing to see the impact that they had, and over 1,200 people showed up to volunteer from the city, and it really had a major impact on feeding people around the world. It was really a great event, and I look forward to doing it again next year.
Yeah, so absolutely, certainly echo what has been said so far, and had the opportunity to kind of mix and mingle with a whole lot of different people, right, for a common effort. And so again, the purpose was to, supply food to those in need outside of the country, but also there was an effort to bring food so that we could supply our own community as well. So I applaud them for doing both, right, outside as well as inside the community, because the people who came were asked to bring canned goods and other non-perishable items to support the community. So I thought that was a wonderful way of bringing in all the efforts together. And so again, I was very happy to be able to support for a brief period of time. So thank you. Absolutely.
And we're looking forward to a board member wearing our new T-shirts and having a team next year. So we'll be reaching out to all the board members to come out and be a team, and they have different teams. And one important thing I wanted to share, they also have sponsors, right? So it's not done by just across community, but cross community is the gears that make things work. But they had sponsors from PNC Bank to NJM, a lot of major corporations and law firms and things of that nature. And then I looked up, Cure Arena has that teleprompter, what's that called up there? Jumbotron. Who? Jumbotron, right? Big screen. And I saw the name pop up, and that name was Austin Edwards as a sponsor. And so I thank Austin for being a sponsor as one of our board members. Just seeing that name, Austin Edwards, up there and his sponsorship said a lot about the work that we're doing in our community and the work that he does on his own behalf. So I appreciate that, Austin. Thank you so much. A comment from Austin?
My greatest sin is my humility. So,
Amen. Amen, brother.
No, just very glad, not just to serve that day, but constantly give back to the community. Just really thankful for the organizers of that event, because I think many people are just essentially one or two bad circumstances away, one or two paychecks away from being in need. Right? I know myself, I've been in those circumstances as well. So being on the other side of it and being able to give back to my community was just very thankful. So happy to give back in that way. And thank you for the recognition, brother.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You deserve it, brother. Mr. Earl, ready for your presentation. That's next on the agenda, sir. Thank you.
So today we have our presentation regarding summer learning opportunities and programming led by Mrs. Sung, Dr. Conway, and Mr. Gutierrez. So Mrs. Sung, if you will start us, and then we'll rotate through. This is just sharing some of the work that we did this summer. We have a group of our supervisors here that were instrumental in our creators program this summer, designing. So some of the work you'll see that was done by students was facilitated by many of our supervisors and many of our administrators in the room.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
speak up.
excellent. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you. I think I was just here last month, and I'll be here again next month, and possibly the 1 month after. So I'm here to present to you a number of programs that ran out of the Department of Teaching and Learning. Yes, the supervisors are here. They're present. They really are the brainchild of all of these programs. But I'd be remiss if I didn't mention all the efforts that our teachers also made and the commitments that they showed throughout the summer, and our parents who brought the children over to the programs and made sure that they were in attendance as well. So really it was a collection of different stakeholders' input and the efforts, and it takes a village, right? So I hope I will be able to do the program justice by just giving you a brief overview. Like Mr. Earls talked about, there are 2 other presentations behind, so I don't want to take up too much of your time, but we are very proud of the work that has been able to be provided for the community. So the first program that I will kind of go over is the Future Forward. It really is the 2nd year in running, but first of its kind. The program was geared towards the secondary, I'm sorry, so let me just backtrack, I jumped. The first presentation slide that you'll see is an overview of the programs that were offered to the students. So the first is the Future Forward, second, Rise Up, and third, Trenton Creators. So each program was designed to be geared towards different populations of students. So I'll kind of walk you through that. I feel like the podium's a little ahead, so I have to look back a little bit. I apologize. Yes, if that's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Okay. That's better. Thank you. I apologize for having my back here. But I feel like my back was probably to everyone anyway, right? So here we go. Thank you. All right, so the Future Forward project was really geared towards the secondary students. So the students who are rising 7th through 12th graders were invited to the program, and it really is the 2nd year. The first year that we ran the program, it was kind of under the umbrella of AP Boot Camp. It was geared towards students kind of like acquiring those study skills, the organization skills, the things that we call executive functioning that we know are so important. In the 2nd year, we started to infuse like ideas of PBL, if you recall what that is, project-based learning experiences, and try to kind of give our students a real issue or real problem or project. In this case, the students were given our graduation rate in regards to the data that is outputted by the Department of Education. Students were asked to think about their role, their audience, the situation, and the product, and of course the standards that was guiding the work in the secondary world was really leading the work in itself. So to prepare our teachers to kind of get in front of the students to provide this sort of facilitation of discussions as well as research, there was a lot of professional development that was given. And we usually give those during the last few days, if not the first few days of July and June, or June and July. In this case, it was probably towards the end of July, if I recall, because the session took place in August. And the reason why these sessions took place in August was by design. We were trying to minimize a number of weeks that students would finish from this program and start in the school year. So sort of like fresh on their memory and get them motivated, take advantage of the momentum. So just moving forward, what you see is basically a summary of what took place, right? So you see Mr. Dunstan and Mr. Toft talking, right? They were part of the presentation, the professional development, really helping our educators understand, like, how do we go about teaching our students PBL? Because the idea is that there needs to be a background context, but there also needs to be almost like a release of that control for allowing the students to kind of go. Right? Go and research and find ideas. They also needed to make sure that the data set that were being presented to the students were not only readily available, accessible, but also true, right? So that's why we landed on the graduation data. Our district, comparative to the state state average. And we also talked about different data sets that guided our work, meaning like if we're looking at the cohorted students, if we're looking at the students' attendance rates, how are we doing in the historical data of the last 3 years. We were also looking at the graduation of students in the 4-year cohort and 5-year cohort, ML student success. So all of those combinations of like discussions were had during this training for the teachers to be able to provide to the students. What you see in the middle is an example of Post-it notes, but really it's the discussion board where students were working to try to create a product. And the product that they were trying to create was a proposal for a program, service, or initiative that will address one of the data points that I just mentioned that they feel would make the greatest impact for the improvement, and also that will help improve the graduation rate for the high school. And then third section, the right side, the product solution presentation, we of course included the Apple products and applications, and we tried to build student agency through providing them with various kind of like outlets. They could make a podcast, they could make a movie, they could make a traditional form of presentation, or really sky's the limit. We're really hopeful that our students are invited back in November to be able to present these ideas to you, the product. Okay. Rise Up is something that we started for the first time this year. Again, it's geared towards the secondary students, rising 7th through 12th. And it really kind of tried to get at the two groups of students. One group are the students who we call SLIFE, which is our students who have significant impact of formal education that really is more than 2 or more years, right? But we know that reality is many of our students who come over, they might be at the age of 16, 17, 18, really haven't been in formal education settings since 1st or 2nd grade. So how do we catch these students up so that they're ready to start the new year, which is September? And then the second group of students that we really invited were the students who were at the cusp of exiting ESL services. So ML students who tested at the end of the year, maybe missed the mark by 1 or half a point, and really trying to boost that so that they're ready to take the RITA model, which is what we're starting. We actually saw emails coming out yesterday and today in regards to it starting again. So they're ready to take it and they can exit. So what you see are just summary of pictures of students being involved in the program, and the program was offered in 2 different languages, Spanish and Haitian Creole. We really try to capture the essence of small group instruction, the intervention that we really try to practice throughout the school year, bringing that into a smaller section, working with teachers, and really providing that intensive and also intimate setting for professional learning. Oops, backwards. So as a result, we saw students grow. Really, this was a month-long program, not a full month, but on or about, right? And we have our students who grew in just different assessments. Initial assessment, we were at 16%, 21% was the final assessment for math. And students' growth in language development, the initial was at 56, and I'm thinking about that being collective to 69. And we have pre and post assessment summary, which you see over there. So not like a night and day tremendous growth, but growth enough for us to say, hey, we're gonna run this again because it's impactful, right? Okay, so this is what we all kind of like wait for. What are we doing for the little babies that are coming in the summer? We call them designers, we call them creators. I don't remember all the names that we have, but every year there's a challenge for us, and it's a challenge for me to remember all of them, but this year we call them creators. And really, this captures the heart of PBL from the early on. So, fun fact, we actually tried this exact PBL with the administrators during the admin retreat. Everybody was engaged in it just so that they can get into the PBL and the idea of it. So this program was offered for students who are coming in 1st graders all the way to grade 6. So it really captures the elementary mindset. And the task here is that imagine the Trenton Makes World Takes bridge. We're going from 2-lane to 4-lane because it's really crowded, right? So students were provided with this challenge. You have to now expand the bridge and we're going to pretend that these little toy bears or toy cars are real cars, and you have to be able to build a structure that's strong enough to hold on to 5 or 6 or 7 cars, or limits. Students were given different opportunities to obviously engage in that process. Again, GRASPs is what we follow when we talk about PBL, the goal, role, audience, scenario, product, and standards. And they were able to kind of prototype the designs by drawing and putting things together, and ultimately arrived in various products where they were able to showcase with various administrators and partners and guests coming in to celebrate that. During the process, I do want to mention we invited a lot of outside experts to come in and talk to the students, as we have done in the past. This year, I believe, if I recall correctly, it was Mercer County Civil Engineer or Engineering Department that came and spoke to the students, and they wanted to see the design. They interacted with students. So it's not only just about the project, but it's actually exploring and exposing them to different careers, right? So I will tell you myself, I didn't really know what civil engineers did until I went to college, right? But now I know that when we talk about bridges, when we talk about playgrounds, when we talk about structures, that's civil engineering, and there are county, like Mercer County, that governs that, and the township. So we're trying to expose that idea to our students as much as we can. There are various points that Trenton creators hit in terms of like development and also instruction, which you see in front of you. Really, this project focused on STEM, right? It's the engineering piece and the science and the math that led it. But there were components like we intentionally put or selected texts that are going to be in front of them that is, yes, about this topic, but it allows students' imagination to kind of run and be able to create. And language, of course, always is at the forefront of what we do, especially when we were servicing the dual language students, our multilingual students through our dual language immersion program. So that captures the programs that we offer to the students. What I'm going to share with you now are the programs that we offer to the teachers throughout the summer. So every summer, teaching and learning, we're very proud of this. We work all summer long, yes, like everybody, but we work all summer long to create opportunities for learning for teachers. And we invite teachers back to the school and the district to participate in multi-day training opportunities. And I will say that with tremendous success for, I think, really the first time this year, we're seeing hundreds and hundreds of teachers come out in the summer to participate with us and giving us feedback like, this is great, do it again, can we do this again? So it's actually really motivating us to go better, because we're also very competitive, so we want to be better versions of ourselves than last year and next year, right? So we're already starting to plan it out. The first item that we're going to talk about is AVID. As we know, we have AVID system in grades 7 to 10 at this point, and the plan is to really expand that to grade 6 to grade 11 by next year. And the idea AVID really is talking about those study skills, right? How do we help our students be as successful as possible by providing them with pedagogical, but also like the skill sets that good learners or strong students who perform well in school, they have innately, that we have to kind of train our brains to kind of acquire, right? Things like organization, thinking about how do I take my notes and organize my ideas? How do I make sure that I can go back to my notes to find information? So those are things that AVID really garners on. At the secondary schools, they have elective courses where students are eligible and are accepted into, where they learn about different kind of study habits in detail, in depth, and they also receive tutoring services. Everybody as a whole school receive also AVID training that really focus on these pedagogical that you see here. We invited teachers back, not just AVID, all teachers back at the secondary in the areas of social studies, math, ELA, and science. And they really focus on just many, many different ways of infusing best practices into classrooms, right? Different ways that we can engage learners. How do we motivate each other? How do we make what we do even better, right? So those are the things that were discussed, and you see the bullets. Those bullets talk about what exactly was discussed during each content area. We also sent our teams, a brand new AVID teams in our schools, and also returning team members into AVID conferences in Baltimore, as we have done in the past. And It's like a real point of pride for us because usually when we go to these conferences, like schools come out in big groups and they all have the matching t-shirts and they're like all like cheering on. So really we're growing and we are actually on the map. We are representing and we are out there and people are starting to see us. We are actually large enough that we can actually bring this conference home. So we're able to kind of house these conferences, and we're actually exploring opportunities for other districts to come here to be able to see. So those are really exciting opportunities for us. The second item that I'd like to highlight is the first ever annual ELA Literacy Summit. It was held in Dr. Ramcharan's Jefferson Intermediate School. Thank you for housing us. And we had, oh my goodness, 206 teachers in attendance over the course, I think, 3 to 4 days. And it was nothing but literacy. It was nothing but ELA, nothing but workshops, nothing but small group. And there were, I mean, teachers loved it. And the administrators loved it. And our principals who came, they all loved it. So it was a really good time. We were able to really unpack these big ideas that we perhaps don't have the opportunity to do so in a school year because everything is so like run, 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 go, go, go. So it was a good time for us to kind of sit back and be able to unpack ideas and brainstorm and plan things out. And I will say for the most part, like we're seeing evidence of this in the classroom in September. Right? September is usually a little bit tough because everyone's trying to get the year started and small group is happening, but really like we have to assess the students first. But we have teachers who are really eager to like bring this into the classroom and show their students and unpack it with them. So it's really exciting and it's a momentum that we're totally going to continue taking advantage of. The other item that we want to talk about is WIDA PD. So we have had series of small group instructional support PDs that Ms. Herrera has offered to teachers throughout the year into the summer. What that is really helping teachers make and take. We call that make and take. So you make things that we want to see you using in the classroom and you get to take it and you can deliver it, implement it the next day, right? How powerful is that? These series, however, are talking about WIDA specific. If you recall, WIDA is the governing like standards that ELLs or MLs follow. WIDA screeners is the assessment, the standard assessment. The WIDA can-do standards talk about what students can do, even though they might have limitations of language and communication through that language. So there were a lot of professional developments that really talked about like unpacking these standards, because if you're an educator and not really familiar, it's like a bear, it's huge. So it's really hard to unpack it and try to apply it to your practice. So these workshops really helped focus on like why language and why is it so important and what do we do as educators to really empower our learners who may not have the language but have the ability to kind of output, right? So these PDs were also very successful. You see Mr. Brooks there, the VP of Jefferson, a lot of principals and VPs, administrators showed up their supports, which was wonderful. The last, I believe, PD session that I'll highlight today is the Math and Science Administrators PD. So we have Amplify Science, which is the elementary and discovery. And we also have Envision Mathematics as well as Bridge in kindergarten, right? So there's a lot of things that are happening. Oftentimes in the elementary world, we focus a lot on ELA. We talk about small group instruction, the read aloud, the mentor text, and writing, right? We don't often talk about math as much, right? So like, what does it mean to unpack a math standards? What does it mean to talk about phenomenon-driven instruction? How do we garner students' curiosity in the context of science, right? Those are like a little bit more of a difficult kind of a content because as elementary, and I'll speak for myself, elementary teachers, you really go to school and you come out of school ready to be a teacher on the context of language arts, right? So math can be a little bit tricky. We had really big success with administrators and principals who are shown, but some of them are unshown. In these pictures, they asked good questions, they participated, we really engaged, and we did a big dive into like unpacking difficult concepts. So like, what does that mean when you're going into classroom and you have students who may need that help? How do we assist as administrators to make sure that we are the facilitators for teachers so that they can be the facilitators of their students, right, for their students? So really good stuff happening in the summer. Yep, I was right. So that was the last slide. slide that captures all the things that took place in the summer in teaching and learning. I apologize for the speed in which I spoke. I was trying to go real fast for the others to follow. Any questions before?
We'll take Dr. Conway and then we'll ask questions.
Okay, so do you want me to return this?
Yeah, hold your question. No, you can leave it.
Okay.
You don't need to pivot to it.
All right, sounds good. I'll be back.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, colleagues, and school community. I'm pleased to stand before you tonight and just share with you a quick update on the 2025 high school summer program. As you know, I have been flanked by the high school principals, Mr. Dana Williamson, our Capital City High School principal, and Ms. Mary Courtney, who will be able to answer any questions that I may not be able to answer. As you know, Trenton Central High School houses our comprehensive summer program for all of our campuses, Trenton Central, Capital City, as well as the 9th grade academy. We had 123 students register for high school, summer school from 9th grade academy, and there were a total of 479. Now, we start the registration process in June, and these are the kids that need a second chance to maximize all of their high school credits. And so that's how many students actually registered prior to the start of the summer program. At Capital City, we had 41 students register. 4 of those students were from 10th grade, 14 from grade 11, and 23 seniors needed a second chance. And then, of course, we had the bulk of our students came from Trenton Central. We had 99 students in 10th grade, 139 students from grade 11, and 77 students in grade 12. Our summer program offers both in-person classes as well as online classes. We had 228 completed courses from Trenton Central High School. Now, that number does not mean we had 228 students, but we had multiple students who took more than one class. Now, students take an assessment to test into these online courses, and based on how you fare on that assessment, you are assigned a certain number of modules to complete. So it's possible for a student to actually take 4 online classes if they're really aggressive, and as well as attend some in-person classes. And then we had 50 students from Capital City complete online courses as well. The course that required the most support, the most number of students that registered, was chemistry. We had 60 students who needed chemistry, and our low enrollment class was ESL students, or the ESL class, which actually serves as a language arts class for our students that are struggling with language acquisition. So we saw the number of students that actually registered, but all those registrants, like all the other programs, don't actually show, the students don't always show up, nor do they always complete the course. So when we think about the students that actually completed the courses, we had 43 students that actually came from 9th grade that completed summer school. We had 61 10th graders, 84 11th, and 44 seniors. And that's from, again, Tanga and Trenton Central. And then looking at the Capital City completers, we had 27 students. Now, those students came from the 9th grade academy. They're in the same, that 43. But when they leave Capital City, they're actually being pointed towards, when they leave Tanga, they're actually being pointed towards Capital City. And then we had, again, 5 10th graders, 11 11th graders, and then 14 seniors. Here we can see the courses that were offered and the number of students that actually enrolled in these courses. You can see chemistry, again, being the highest, followed by Algebra 2, and then Algebra 1. And then you can go across and see the enrollment numbers in all the various courses there, with ESL being, again, the lowest course. And then some of the things that we actually achieved. As a result of this second chance opportunity, we had 63 students that graduated. They received all the credits that they needed. They met the DOE's requirements, and they actually graduated over the summertime with their high school diploma from Trenton Central. And then 12 students who met the same requirements from Capital City and received their high school diploma. And with that, I yield my time.
I'm just going to ask as well. It depends which one's the down arrow, depending on how you hold it, right? Good evening, Mr. Earl, President Trueheart, board members, colleagues, families, and friends of Trenton Public Schools. My name is Abdel Gutierrez, Director of Specialized Services. I'm joined by Ms. Nola Acapinti Derrida, our Supervisor for Special Education, as well as Van Point for one of our many programs and services that we offer during the summer. I wanted to just do a brief introduction to our extended school year program. Our extended school year program is not only a program, but also a service that we provide to our students during the summer. This is for our students that have a greater chance of regressing during those breaks, what we call the summer slide, or the slides that naturally occur with our students. These are the ones that make sure that we address the students that have the greater percentage of regression, and we try to address them during the summer months, 4 solid weeks during the summer. Extended school year, it's one of our programs and services that you have to be found eligible for, but I'm going to let Ms. Acapinti Derrida to kind of give the highlights and all the glows and grows of the program. Thank you. Yep, that one, up and down.
Up and down.
Yep.
Good evening. Okay, so I want to just begin. I'd be remiss if I didn't introduce the 2 teacher leaders who were the boots on the ground, who actually helped with the program. So if you'd indulge me for a moment, I'd like to address Ms. Terry Harper Brown, who was one of our teacher leaders. Yeah. And she's a teacher at Trenton Central High School, has been with the district for a few years, and she's very invested in our students, so she's been our teacher leader for the 2nd year in a row this year. And then this year, our other teacher leader was Shakita Fennell. So Shakita's a teacher at Joyce Kilmer School, and she just so happened to also be the Mercer County Teacher of the Year for the county. All right, and I'm as Abdel said, I'm Nola Acapinti Derrida. I'm one of the supervisors of special ed. Very quickly, in some of the pictures you will see are our special ed department, who we comprise of. This was tied to our theme. Our theme this year was the great outdoors. Let's come outside and explore nature. So everything that we did had to do with a thematic approach with nature and outside. So the ELA materials that students read had to do with nature. Some of the hands-on activities that they engaged in had to do with nature as well. And then this is just a couple of pictures of our students during their fun day and in action in class. In terms of the demographics, as Mr. Gutierrez said, students are eligible for ESY through their IEP process. You must be eligible through ESY if you're in danger of regression and need to recoup skills over the summer. Over 450 students are eligible for ESY based on their IEP. In terms of this year, over 300 confirmed. We had a high of 207, and then the average participation was around 180 daily student attendance. As stated, the theme was the great outdoors. We incorporate art and adaptive physical education into the day. So the students do integrated art therapy, and again, the art had to do with the great outdoors and any type of thing with nature. In terms of physical education, students engage in different activities. Some of it involved outdoor activities and some involved in the gym at PJ Hill School. Oh, I'm also remiss, I would also like to thank Talea Wilson and Mr. Ons for also entrusting us with their building to use their building this year for ESY. In terms of what else is offered during ESY, academics, but also the related services and therapies are also there. So we have occupational therapy, speech therapy, physical therapy, and we also have certified behavior consultants who also work with the students as well. We have a sensory room that the students engage in, that they had breaks to engage in the sensory room. We had over 25 teachers in the ESY program, and we had 25 classrooms, obviously, but the highest number of students were the preschool disabled students that we bring in. We had over 5 classrooms of preschool disabled students. That speaks to continuing the partnership and the consistency and the transition from preschool into kindergarten. In terms of those classes, the students, as I said, we had over 45 students in those classes. The next highest group of classes we had were our autism programs, the students who were working on verbal skills, also engaging with peers. They also engaged in some of the early literacy skills as well. And then we tied around with the rest of the programs a few classes of intellectually disabled cognitive mild impairment classes, as well as a few learning language disability classes and multiple disability classes. In terms of the length of the program, it's 4 weeks. It's Monday through Friday. So our program is a daily program, Monday through Friday. It is 8:30 to 2 p.m. The program, we refined it. It used to be a 6-week program, but when we surveyed parents as well as some teachers, there was some slide in terms of individuals were not attending the last week of the program because parents would often take students on vacation. And then the first week of the program, sometimes we would lose a couple of students in the first week. So we did an intensive 4-week program based on student and parent recommendations, as well as teacher input as well. And I would like to say that this year we did something a little bit different in terms of improving our parental engagement and trying to get more active in the program. We had 2 days of parent orientation for the program on July 1st and July 2nd. On July 1st, we had the pre-K through 2nd grade parents come in, and then on July 1st, pre-K through 2nd, and then on July 2nd, we had the 3rd grade through at least 10th grade students. So we had over 100 parents come with their students, and we had a nice little explain what the ESY program was. It was kind of a back-to-school night during ESY, so they could meet their teachers and have that sense of knowing who was with their child. And we were very grateful that they entrusted us with our students. So as stated, it was an outdoor theme. Each week had a different theme. Natures and Explorers, they discussed careers, camping and stargazing, wild animals and insects, or rocks and minerals, depending, because as I said, we went through pre-K through 11th grade, so we had a range gamut of students. In terms of the second week of the program, and I'll let you decide if you believe in fiction or nonfiction, because it was one of the things that we discussed. The students learned about a Bigfoot or Sasquatch. So they read some books about that, and they had some activities about that. And during that second week, Sasquatch, you'll see the picture later, visited the building. But throughout the day, the weeks leading up to it, you would see footprints around the building or things that Sasquatch would leave around. Have you seen him? So the younger students, we didn't have Sasquatch go in there because I think they were afraid of the Sasquatch, but the older students really enjoyed it. We also had where the students planted a garden, and then as you see here, and I just saw her today at Trenton High, one of the students below, our older students in the cognitive mild class actually read to our pre-K students and our K through 3 students. So they had a few days where they did that as well. And then the students really enjoyed seeing their peers reading to them and engaging. And these are students who'd been in the program for years as well. So to see them engage and grow and do was very heartwarming. And then we also had a on-site petting zoo where children learned about animals, their habitats, and how they interact with each other and their environment. And then as you can see, there are some little footprints in the upper left corner. Sasquatch left the footprints around. There were some warnings on the right. Sasquatch or Bigfoot is spotted at PJ Hill. And then there he is in the middle with the older classes, and Jim, our BCBA, and Mrs. Gallagher, one of our teachers, are looking on. So yeah, the older classes really enjoyed that. And then you'll see as well in some of the pictures, as I said, the related services. They were push in as well as pull out. So you see a couple of speech therapists, some occupational therapists in the middle, and then the physical therapist is working with the student on their gross motor skills. And then these are some more therapies. The student in the middle, he was in the sensory room, and then they were working on hands-eyes activities for for some of their arts and their sciences. And then the on-site petting zoo, which they all loved. But this is the only little guy who wanted to like take the picture. The rest of them were running around with the animals. So it was a hit, the on-site petting zoo. And then these are actually some of the activities the students engaged in. As you will see with the nature exploration, they actually went out into around PJ Hill School, and they collected different items and then tagged them as to what they were. They classified them. They created some dioramas, and then again, as I said, they did some gardening and planting and growing and taking care of a garden at the end of PJ Hill School. And then we culminate with a fun day activity. So you see on the left, that is some of our fun day activities. That's the culmination. This was one of the bulletin boards that students and teachers had developed. Again, another diorama. And then in art class, they did a little rock garden with some of their individuals as well. And then these are some students on our fun day. The students decorated their t-shirts. So as you can see, they used their little hands to make a campfire. So they really enjoyed that. And yes, there's a s'mores there. The teacher does have s'mores. They had face painting, so the students really enjoyed that. And then I'm excited to announce that the teachers were so psyched about this upcoming year coming that we actually kind of have a theme for this year coming because it's America's 250th birthday. So the teachers came up with, let's do something to celebrate the United States and their birthday. So we actually have begun ordering some of the materials and put the order in for this next year's ESY program. And hopefully it will be bigger and better. Every year we improve. So thank you.
Any questions from the board members? No questions. Yes,
I
Denise.
just have one for Ms. Sung. I'm taking notes. I need to take notes. That's how I remember things, but I did not indicate the purpose for the Rise Up program. What was the purpose of that program again?
So the Rise Up program was seeking to capture our multilingual students in two populations. The first population was the SLIFE student population, students who have significant formal interruption of their formal education. And then the second population of students are students who are at the cusp of exiting ESL programming per WIDA screener, which is the standard assessment.
Oh, so it was academic instruction for them. Okay.
Correct,
All
correct.
right.
So they're both academic. There is some cultural aspect in it, but really to catch them up so that they're not necessarily like running to catch up.
Okay.
They have the summer to kind of breathe and get to know each other, learn a little bit about the culture and different cultures that exist, American culture as well, and then kind of hit the new year with, hit the ground running is what I was trying to say. Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
I have a couple questions for Dr. Conway. Sure. Your numbers on the amount of high school kids enrolled in the summer program, are they rising juniors, or are they juniors that finished last year that are going to be seniors this year?
They were juniors that are going to be seniors this year.
So the high count of juniors, they're trying to graduate on time?
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so that's the incentive.
Yes.
Was this voluntary or
Well,
strongly
so it's
suggested?
strongly suggested, right? If you want to graduate with your cohort, you're missing a few credits, you need to come to summer school and make up those credits.
That's it. Thanks.
Mr. Bowie?
I just want to say kudos to everyone who did this. This was a huge summer of activities for our children. And what really stands out for me is all over the city, folks had other stuff for children to do. And so the fact that the parents took this work seriously enough to help their students prepare for the coming year, right? So I just had to acknowledge that. That's a huge, to the teachers who sacrifice, because I used to hear that teachers got jobs as teachers because they wanted the summers off. So kudos to the teachers who sacrificed for the children. I mean, it wasn't like it was free, right? But still, just making that sacrifice so that our children are better prepared, for me, that's a big deal. So just thank you for that service to the children.
And with that being said, more questions? None? Mr. Superintendent, could we have Dr. Sun, your team, your summer school team stand up? I mean, you have your supervisors and some other folks there. Great job, great job. Wow, great job. Good work. Fantastic. And then the same for Dr. Conway and Principal Courtney and Principal Williamson, your team. Stand up, please, rise, stand up. Great work, great work. We have to recognize success and excellence where excellence and success is due. And so we thank you all for your work, your continued work in leadership, in leading this district to greatness. We can't do it without you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on. All right, thank you. Abdel, your team, ESY as well, your entire team. Don't charge it to my heart, Terry. So, thought I got everybody, but thank you, Jane Howard, for reminding me. But thank you for all the great work that you're doing as well. ESY, I mean, Acapente, Lillian, great work, great presentation. I mean, I really enjoyed all the presentations, and that was one of the greatest presentations we've heard, I think, that I've seen in terms of ESY, just how it was put together, and then also, just looking forward to, we see right here, looking for already to next year, preparing for next year. And in my tenure here on the board, and I'm sure others, our preparation for future wasn't always that great. And now, oh my goodness, we're light years ahead of preparing our teachers and our students for success through our superintendent, Mr. Earl, and his team, and all of you who are here tonight. And so we again appreciate you for preparing way in advance to make sure we have what we need for our teachers and our students and our families to be successful in our district. Thank you so much again. Comments by board committee chairs. I'll start out with governance committee. We met on September 15th at 6 p.m. And we discussed our strategic plan. We do have an email out to our representative from New Jersey School Board Association. She was here actually in our retreat in August, board members, as you remember. We were working to select the different agreement or different type of plan that we wanted to move into in terms of our strategic plan. There were two options. We decided that we want a combination option or a combination of both those plans. And so I have reached out to Mary Ann Freeman, who was our New Jersey School Board Association rep, for a meeting with our governance committee. I'm yet to hear back. Hopefully I hear back sometime this week. And we hope to have a recommendation to the board for our strategic plan agreement with New Jersey School Boards Association at our October board meeting, October 13th board meeting. And so, again, the governance committee will meet with Mary Ann. We'll go over, again, the two plans that were presented to us at our board retreat, and we will decide on a recommended agreement to the full board on October the 13th. I just want to make sure that I shared that from the committee. Number two, we have a new proposed committee restructuring of our committees. Right now we have roughly 7 committees. We have 5 that meet on a regular basis and 2 that are negotiations as well as grievance that don't meet on a regular basis but meet as needed. So our 5 primary committees we're going to consolidate, and I'll turn over to the superintendent to go over the new structure that we're proposing.
Thank you, President Trueheart. Yeah, I can remember it by heart. So we have to attend. There are actually 7 committees that we have on different nights and different times. So one of the suggestions or the proposal is to the board to consider streamlining, and in particular on Tuesday night, the week before the board meeting, to have one night of committee meetings, 3 committees that combine the groups. Now, I don't remember the combinations, but I can tell you that. So the first one would be named Administration and Facilities and would include operations, special education, operations, facilities, FACE, technology, and infrastructure. And the proposal is that Mr. Bowie be the chair. The committee members are Brother Bowie, Jeannie Weeklam, and Larry Traylor. And then there's district staff that, depends on the night, could be a part of that committee. And this is just a proposal we've been discussing. The second one is Teaching and Learning. We'll keep the same name, but it includes special education, bilingual education, instructional technology, and professional development. We added just in the proposal that Addie Daniels-Lane would be the chairperson. The 3 board members, Addie Daniels-Lane, Yolanda Marrero-Lopez, and the new board member who will be sworn in soon. So she'll be here at the next meeting. And then various members, so that's led by Mrs. Sung and her team, Mrs. Grant, Mr. Samuel, and of course I may be in that meeting also. And then we have the Human Resources Committee proposing just a Human Resources Committee, which includes policy, also chaired by Mr. Edwards, and the members on that committee would be Austin Edwards, Mr. Trueheart, and Ms. Johnson, and then various members from our cabinet would join that team. We will keep governance separate. It will meet the Monday prior to the board meeting Monday, so we would do it the week before and continue that conversation. That's about planning, so we decided to keep that committee. But one night, all 3 committees, and then that would require us all to be able to answer questions across committees to board members who have questions regarding items that show up on an agenda. But what I think the idea was that we have so many committees and commitments, and sometimes those are conflicts where we can't come and get that good information. And with myself even trying to attend 7 meetings a month, along with the other meetings, can be difficult, although we've done a great job of it. I wanted to make sure that we offer, or at least propose something that would commit us to one night prior to the board meeting, and then that way wouldn't have to do 2 times on 4 or 5 different nights for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Earl. 2 other recommendations. Once I received the new proposal after the committee meeting, I were to potentially have a recommendation to have co-chairs of those combined committees as well, and then align those committees to our strategic plan. So each committee would line up with a strategic plan. Each committee would have a chair and a co-chair to support one another, because we're combining a lot of different committees. There's a lot of work involved. And maybe the co-chair could commit to specific areas. For example, in the board operations, where Jean would chair, the co-chair would be probably Sister Weeklam, who is facilities. So she would co-chair that particular committee, and then that would roll up, and then that would be aligned to a strategic plan laid out for us. So these are all proposals. We will, Superintendent and I will get together and pull that together with the committee's recommendations, and then incorporate tonight's recommendations, and then get it out to the board for your review on paper. And then next board meeting, have questions. If there's questions now, we can answer questions now, have dialogue now, in addition to our next board meeting, and then we can also work towards approving the new committee structure. The committee structure would start at a reorg meeting, Well, not at our reorg meeting, but it'll start in January, right? Wouldn't start reorg. But the new committee structure will start January 2026, and our schedule would then run from January through December of next year, based on the new committee structure. So any questions around the recommendations?
So we're going to get this in writing to review, right? Okay,
Yes.
so I'll save mine, but it complicates everything for me because,
Okay.
you know, we've been doing this so long that everything else is built around allocating Tuesday mornings for the committee work, and so it gets a little funky. So I'll review it,
Okay.
and then, you know, I'll have something. But I just wanted to put that out there, that it is going to be challenging for me to move to a Tuesday evening as
Gotcha.
opposed to a Tuesday
All right.
morning.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, a bit along that same point, but just also, Superintendent, just definitely want you to be involved in some of these conversations, because I do want to respect your time as well. I understand, you know, being in all these committee meetings and finding the time, right, can be difficult, but it's also important as well. So, you know, appreciate that sacrifice, but, you know, let's continue to find what's going to be the happy medium for both the board members and yourself as well.
Any other comments? Board members?
Yeah,
Sure,
just,
yes.
I just want to make sure the board knows, we just proposed it, the time, and we proposed the time. I certainly want all of us in some level of agreement. So the time can be adjusted. I know we meet Tuesday mornings. I don't know if that works for everyone and how that looks, or if this even works at all. But it's worth taking a look at to see if we can help us all try to figure it out. So thank you all for considering, and we'll get you the document ASAP. You got it.
You guys? Any yes, you ready? Mm-hmm. Well, yes, Ms. Lane. Ms. Lane,
Okay.
Teaching and Learning. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, so thank you. So the Teaching and Learning Committee met on Tuesday, September the 22nd, and at that time, we reviewed the agenda items. And some of the notable items included programming to support social emotional learning, professional development. There was a focus on the arts, dance, as well as other performing arts. Community partnerships with various organizations were listed. Family engagement activities, the National Honor Society, the Seal of Biliteracy, a new item on Trade Ready, and also there was support for dual enrollment opportunities for Tanga, and also, of course, student study trips were included as well. So those were some of the notable items. The list was quite long, but again, those are some of the highlights of the items that were submitted for approval or for consideration. Also, we discussed special education needs in terms of an update. We noted that classes are between 90 to 100% capacity. We had a number of students that came in from STEM civics. Related services are being put in place. They actually are in place, but again, that's an ongoing process. We also discussed what you heard about today, the ESY summer program, and noted as per the presentation that there were 200 plus students that were actually enrolled during the summer programming, and that it also, of note, it serviced preschoolers, and there were a large number of preschoolers coming from the various providers who were serviced in the ESY programming, and of course, it took place at PJ Hill. So those were the things that we discussed at the meeting, and in fact, we also raised a question about AI and how AI is being utilized here in the district. And of course, we projected that we would meet again very, very soon because we have an October the 13th board meeting. Okay, so that was it for, again, the Teaching and Learning Committee. So thank you.
So we also met Tuesday morning. We looked across and talked about the transfer secretary's report, the treasurer's report, staff travel, the bills, $41,592 $592,196 for billing August 29th through September 15th. The list of also out-of-district placements and also the donations. And the reason mine is so short because we go into double numbers, and so some of that stuff folks could actually read when you look at the agenda. I just try to highlight those things that for me stand out, and $41 million stands out, that everyone gets paid when they're supposed to. So. And lastly, the acceptance of donations. Children's Home Society, 150 backpacks filled with supplies, value of $2,500 to family and community engagement. Amazon, backpacks and school supplies, valued at $10,000 to family and community engagement. WellPoint, homework folders, valued at $1,400. Child Win, usable bags and miscellaneous items valued at $150, and Empower Somerset for activities developed in the School Health Improvement Plan, $885, and that's to Tanga. And we'd like to thank everyone who sacrificed for our children.
Good evening. The Facilities Committee met September 23rd at 8 a.m. Dwayne Mosley gave us an update of ongoing projects, and currently the new transportation complex, the abatement project is 100% complete, and demolition of the structure has begun, and that's 75 complete. The final design meeting for the new transportation complex was scheduled for the 26th of September. And as soon as that's approved, they'll go out to bid and start reconstruction of the new area. Harrison School, the new HVAC units are operational throughout the school, and the new construction of the elevator is under permit review. Franklin, the district's engineers are revising the design drawings to accommodate the relocation of the new HVAC units in each of the classrooms. And there's a proposed startup of the installation of those units. Ninth Grade Academy construction renovations are currently in progress, and their contractors are currently installing new stud wall system and electrical wiring in the lower level of the school. That's where the project's being started first. We've had some required maintenance projects, Monument and McKnight interior renovations. The contractors are finalizing the punch list on the work that was done over the summer. Gregory School, a PO has been issued for a new HVAC contractor to replace both existing chillers. Their expected delivery is October 25. And the Central Administration Building, this building here, engineering firm is currently working on redesign of the new HVAC system, and that's being developed to accommodate the new layout of the building. And that's all we had for now.
Thank you, Jeannie. Austin's next.
Yeah, for the human resources report, there's a few things I specifically wanted to highlight, right? And I want to take this moment just to harken back. There was a period of time I actually had the chance to go to the State House and lobby for good bills that really benefited our community, right? And what we say all the time, especially in New Jersey and across the U.S., right, is that your budget, right, is a moral document, right? And what we see in the HR report reflects that here, right? So, we see there's different positions that are being created, abolished, right? New hires, right? And we're, highlight all the time, right? The specific salaries that go into the new hires. But I wanted to direct the board, especially this time, towards the bottom it doesn't get highlighted all the time, but some of the stipends that are going to a lot of our teachers are going to some amazing programs that don't necessarily get talked about or really highlighted here, right? And this shows where we really put our dollars and really, where we really put our mouths, right? So some of the stipends are going to teachers that are supporting, and I made note, right? Our Trenton Literacy Club, our Coding Club, our ping pong club, right? Our culinary club, our dance troops, student mentorship clubs, multilingual learners, our esports, right? Because just be real, like I hear this all the time, right? People are just like, why would I send my kid to Trenton? And when you see programs like this that don't get highlighted enough, this is the reason why we should send our kids to Trenton, right? We need to highlight some of the good stuff that we're doing, right? This is where our morals are, that we're investing in our children and we're paying our teachers to make great programs happen. And then on top of that, towards the bottom of the HR report, I love the fact that we're also investing both in our novice teachers and our college student interns, right? And then also making sure that that they're being taught by teacher mentors, right? To make sure that they're not just being thrown into the classroom and saying good luck, right? That they're actually being mentored and given the tools to become amazing teachers in the future. Right, so it's not just our kids being invested in, the future generation of teachers as well, right? This is our budget, this is our moral document, and this is what we're displaying to the world. So just wanted to take, a moment to highlight something that doesn't normally get talked about, but, I'm very proud of this HR report this month and every other month that we have it. So thank you for that.
Okay, so I am going to provide an update for the Policy Committee. We met briefly on Thursday, September 25th. We didn't have a full complement of committee members, so we spoke generally about policies that need updating, and we plan to discuss in greater detail during our October meeting. So we discussed reviewing the student code of conduct to determine if there are any revisions or updates that are needed. This policy was previously updated to ensure that the district's policies include a shift in the focus on restorative practices as it relates to student conduct. We also determined that policy 5516, which highlights the use of cell phones, also needs updating. There is some language that actually exists in the document right now, but it does need revision, especially now that the district is using the Yonder pouches. Our committee is poised to look at any policies that needs revisions, and we just wanted to, I just wanted to just let all of the board members know that these policies will be coming up for your review, like we did last year and the year before. So they are coming. And I think that's all we have. And James actually did circulate our calendar invite for our, I believe, next 2 or 3 meetings, but of course that's going to change, likely will change in January. And that's it.
Hello, everyone. The FACE committee met on September 17th, and we discussed central office food pantry. The food pantry meets on Mondays, or do have food deliveries Mondays and Fridays, and we work with Airmark and Mercer Street Friends. The next couple sessions will be the 22nd and the 26th from 9 to 1. Great work to Denise Chris and the FACE department within central office. Along with that, we wanted to highlight the Parent Connect series, Parent Talk at PJ Hill, which will be parent support group opportunities in September and October. and a mental health bingo night at the board building on October 22nd from 5 to 7. We also discussed the Yonder Pouch rollout, which we discussed would start October 1st. We also discussed student chronic absenteeism. As we know, the district is very intentional about having care team meetings and working with parents and students to make sure we do extensive work to make sure that we encourage students to come to school, as we see with our billboard campaigns, and thinking about making sure the district is using all resources on the table to make sure that we eliminate chronic absenteeism in the district. We also discussed students facing homelessness and how the district is providing wraparound services for those families, along with transportation services. And we discussed at the following meeting, discussing student discipline code of conduct policies and regulations. That was the FACE committee meeting.
I'm sorry, Gerald. Yes. My apologies. Apologies to the board. I actually misspoke. James actually did circulate the policies that need revision. So the policy committee, just check your emails that that information that it does exist there. Sorry, James.
Going to move on to public participation. We have first Serena, Autism Advocates and Mama University, LLC. Welcome to the board. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you.
I'm going to pull the mic down. Yeah, and turn it down. The button that has.
Well, thank you. I am Zarina Kawaja, but most of the people that know me for 17 years, I am Munir's mom. I have two beautiful children, Munir Maximus and Ariana Maximus. And what I'm about to say comes from my heart. I didn't write it down. I didn't practice or anything. I came to Trenton 9 years ago. I graduated Catholic high school, Catholic college myself. I wanted both of them to go to Catholic school, but they couldn't. Financial reasons and everything. It's been a struggle. We left Bayonne for a better future, and I'm very proud. We have everything that we wanted to achieve, the dream. I didn't need my parents' money or anybody's money. We created everything ourselves. But my son has taken a back seat. My daughter is an early achiever. I really wanted her to stay in the Trenton board, but I'm not comfortable. I love all these presentations. I'm insulted. I feel ashamed that I didn't come here 9 years ago when we first came and my son needed my help, because I was so focused in my career and as a pharmacist in 4 states, highly educated. I couldn't even define autism or mental health. After 9 years and after 30 years of practicing pharmacy, now I know what mental health is. Until today, it's beautiful what you're doing for the new kids. I've been here for 9 years. I've seen the struggle. I salute you, Mr. James Earl. I've worked with 3 to 4 superintendents, and he's rocking it. This is what the man you need. But unfortunate, there's a back seat in mental health. My son has been called a terrorist. My son has been called everything in the book. But I'm not going to say anything to anybody but respect those who did all of this. You have hell of a principles, especially Dana Williamson. That man opened his heart, wherever he is, in a school that wasn't even ready for autistic kids. He's rocking it alone in Capital City without any major funding or any help. Salute to him. He opened his arms to my autistic kid. This was the 6th or 5th high school. I stopped counting. My son has been shipped out of district, in district, out of district, in district. My son is gifted. I've tried 2 schools, Mercer and Alpha. In Alpha, he was known as the bomb threat kid, which he never made. See, Mary Courtney and her staff in her high school wanted to know if my son made a bomb threat. No, he did not. I'm his proud mother. He did not make any threats. He does have autism. He does have ADHD. He does have OCD. He does escolia, if I pronounced it correctly, because I'm not a doctor and I'm not a psychiatrist. What I'm asking you today is, why are you shipping your kids outside when you have such awesome staff? This summer program was not even offered to my son, and he was in district. I chose to bring my son back to district because I know your teachers are better. Mercer taught him 2 + 2 in 10th grade level. Alpha taught him in, I think 11th grade? Yeah, 11th grade level, 1 + 1. Fractions. My son is doing algebra and geometry and rocking United States history. But he has mental health issues. What brings me here today, even though many people said don't talk, we're trying to find you a school. I haven't had a good day since he turned 3. Usually parents drop their kid off. It's one of the most blessing days after 3 months of having them at home. I haven't seen that day yet. I'm asking you to make this the last Monier Maximus. You see that empty chair? Bring a psychiatrist. Differentiate, then punish. If I pulled the fire alarm, I should go to jail. If I said the bad word, I should be punished because I'm highly qualified and 51. That boy can't even take a shower independently. My husband has not worked in 13 years. I am a sole provider because he needs our help. He is now home. He's getting that through ABA, through insurance, and I'm paying $4,000 a month because I want my boy ready for the world when he turns 21. We finally, every issue, every September, every IEP has been a battle for my son.
Zarina, we receive your passion and your comments. But we have a 5-minute limit on public comment, but we will certainly service you and support you in your efforts.
All I'm asking you is, he will find a school. Every child is blessed by God, and everybody will have a direction. What I'm asking you is, your platform is all for regular kids. Just imagine somebody out of the box going to those schools and their anxiety level. I'm asking you to make major changes in your code of conduct. We could sit down, Vice President. Your code of conduct is 100 years old, and it doesn't deal with mental health.
Thank you, Serena. We appreciate your comments. Look forward to your participation. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll see you next month and every month, because I'm the only parent that will stand up.
You're welcome to come. Yes, thank you so much. Zola is next on the agenda for public participation. Zola, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zola Winder. I am a parent of 2 children that attend Joyce Kilmer Intermediate. My concern is about pedestrian safety. I'm not a Trentonian, so forgive me if I pronounce these street names wrong because I only recently learned how to say Stuyvesant, okay? Now, Joyce Kilmer is next door to Jefferson School, and from Stuyvesant, was it Parkside or Parkway, whichever, Park something, all the way to the end where Lower Ferry Road is, there's nothing to stop traffic or to slow it down. I personally arrive at my kids' school an hour before dismissal so I can get parking space because there's 800 kids that leave those 2 buildings, and I'm disabled, so I'm not trying to be standing outside fighting in the traffic, but I see the traffic come down the street. and nothing slows it down. There aren't any speed bumps. There's no pedestrian signs to slow down traffic. About a week or so ago, there was they had to evacuate the school. I don't know if it was a drill or if someone actually pulled the alarm, but watching the staff trying to stop the traffic in order for 400 and some odd kids just from Kilmer to cross the street was wild. I don't understand why there isn't some type of deterrent to slow traffic down on streets, even at the opening to Jefferson, was it Wilsey or whatever that street is, or at the or at the opening to Joyce Kilmer's parking lot, well, rather to their driveway, and not just to just look at just those two schools, just in general, if we have any schools that are in our area that aren't always monitored by our crossing guards, or for the children that are leaving school after school curricular activities, that it's after the time that the crossing guard would be out there. It would be nice if we had something, not for me as a parent to come and ask, but something that's done from the very beginning when the school is erected to put up to say, hey, here's one of those blinking, yielding signs, those solar signs, to at least say, hey, slow down. You know, use those little signs to say if your children were here, you want them to drive like your kids are here. Yeah, that's not, I was guilty of driving down Stuyvesant at a certain speed myself. But now that I see that this is what it is, during the times that these kids are out of school, I really would like to see that there be something done to slow down traffic on Stuyvesant, not just at that school, but at other schools if there's the same issue where there is no light, there is no crossing guard, and it is a vast amount of stretch of street where these kids have to cross just in order for it to be a safer situation. Because I'd rather talk about it proactively than for us to be discussing something after a child had already been injured. Now, I spoke with my principal about it just because I had a concern, and she had expressed to me that it was something that needs to be done at the city. I didn't know that when I signed up for this. I'm still going to go to the city, though, and see about the petition, but I don't see why it has to be just the one person that thought to this, because I would like to believe that at some point someone has thought this, or it should just be a part of the structure from the very beginning. If this is where we're going to release the kids out at, there should already be a plan in place to make sure that they can cross safely. I thank you for your time. Everyone have a good night.
Can I add to that? We are down crossing guards along there.
Say we're down crossing guards across the city? Okay. All right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, no?
All right. John is next. Oh, John is next. I'm sorry. Is John here? All right, John's not here. All right. Next is Elizabeth Cole. Oh, you didn't. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to the esteemed members of the board and to the constituents in the community.
Pull the
My
mic
name
up
is
just
Tina Clark.
pull the mic up just a little bit more. Yes.
about now?
We can hear you much better.
Great, okay. My name is Tina Clark. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Cole. I know she's not speaking. Both of us are presented, so she defers. Thank you. I also wanted to concur with the mother here. I live in that area, and there has been some deaths right in that area from vehicular accidents, and so that really is, she's right, a dangerous area. So, but I'm here actually sad today. I'm sad. There's very serious issues related to preschool, right? As we all know, the context of the importance and the gravity of how important preschool is, right? And the whole issues with the Abbott case and how much disparity there is amongst especially Black and brown children when they don't have that opportunity for preschool, right? So within that context, that is why we have the PEA funds and so forth. And so it's very important, the access issues, to ensure that our children can get ahead, right? Because they have been behind so much. So within that context, when you speak about enrollment, our universe, our demographics here and how they've changed. These are all weighty issues, but I have to say that is actually not why we're here tonight. We're not here to even discuss some of the more substantive things that are very important to be discussed. We're actually here because we're not able to have these discussions in an open, transparent manner, and that makes me sad. They say that we can't collaborate. They say that Black and brown people can't come together and be solution-oriented. Well, we know that's not true. However, I don't think that we should have to come to our board members and to our superintendent to ask to be heard, to collaborate, to listen, to be able to ask intelligent questions and get a reasonable, timely answer. But in this case, I'm not here just because the issues that Ms. Cole faced, without trying to go into all of it right now, caused her to feel shut down, caused her to feel excluded from the application process, and whether or not it was fair, she wanted to know. Not about guaranteeing an approval for a contract for her preschool, but access, just to understand what the process is, to be more informed about what she would need to do to prepare for another year. And every year she just received, no, she couldn't apply without clarity. So when she asked for clarity, then she didn't receive those responses at all, like literally crickets. Just know that she can't get the application. In that process, however, what's really important is so many other issues came up that her concern is now no longer just for her school. Her concern is not only just for the eligible children that are at her school. Her concern are concerns that we all have. Her concern is if this is happening on a systemic level or is it just happening to me? Her concern is that how is the universe actually being defined? Are the demographics that we actually have that are sensitive to the issues of, the high immigrant population being used to our advantage? Because there are certain things that could cause our children to get less funding from the state and therefore further strain and stress on the Trenton's budget, which is already stress and strain, right? But just to have these conversations intelligently, the reason why we're here tonight is to be able to do that. Mr. Earl, I know your tenure. I remember you at Trenton High. I know you haven't been here that long in this, capacity. So, of course, a lot of this has happened before your watch. She's been hearing this for more than 5 years. But now that you're here, the board is here. Our ask tonight is, even before we can come back with substantive answers to the issues that we raise, is we're asking, and I'm sad to have to ask, for your support to know that that you agree with open, transparent collaboration, that you will support us to be able to get answers when we ask, because you represent the community, you represent us, right, in our interests, and we all are the same
Tina,
team.
have about a minute left, okay?
Say again?
One more minute, Tina.
Yes.
Okay.
So our request tonight is not to, I want you to be aware, Ms. Cole wants you to know that for more than 5 years, she's been summarily denied just to even have an application, and we haven't been able to get answers to what she would need to do. But more importantly, we don't want retaliation for her asking the questions, and we would like to have the responses and opportunity to either get the information they asked for or to be redirected properly, even if it's an Oprah, whatever, but we're not getting answers or an opportunity to meet. Even the director of early childhood education hasn't always had the leadership that's here now, but we just want to be collaborative. We're on the same team, have the same goals. We just want to be able to work together and get it done, because it is important. And I don't believe what they say. I do believe we can collaborate.
Appreciate your comments, Ms. Clark, and please send our regards to Ms. Cole.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Is Ms. Cole here? Oh, she's there. Okay. Are you speaking as well, Ms. Cole? I'm sorry? Are you speaking as well? You're on. Spoke for you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comments. Right. We have a sign-up process where we have to sign up either electronically or in person. So you're welcome to speak next board meeting. We look forward to your presentation, your remarks for next board meeting. But please sign up. You can see our board secretary, Ms. Jane Howard, after the meeting, or go online, and the process is outlined online for you to sign up to speak, or you can come in person and sign up to speak as well. But our next board meeting is October 13th. We look forward to your participation. All right? Okay, God bless you. Board discussion and action on consent agenda? Seeing no comments on the consent agenda, motion to approve? Properly moved and seconded. Roll call.
Gerald Trueheart.
Yes.
Denise Johnson.
Yes.
Jean Bowie.
Yes.
Addie Daniels-Lane.
Yes.
Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Larry Trailer.
Yes.
Jeannie Weekland.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Board member comments. We have a couple of standing board member. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Earl. Board member comments. We have a couple of standing board member comments to go through first. Addie Daniels-Lane for NJSBA update.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Distracted.
Take your time,
Okay,
Ms.
just a
Lane.
second.
Take your time, Ms. Lane.
So I serve on the Board of Directors for New Jersey School Boards Association, and we recently had a meeting on September the 19th, and at that time, we were given a financial update that says that the New Jersey School Board Association year has started strong. The dues collection was about on target at 86% of the dues. They had an audit this particular summer, and that audit takes place on a yearly basis, and that the auditors issued an unmodified or clean opinion of New Jersey School Board's financial statements. So again, there was an audit that took place, and New Jersey School Board's in good standing. There was information presented on Workshop 2025, and that workshop is open for all school boards in the state of New Jersey, and that workshop will take place in Atlantic City, October the 20th through the 23rd, I believe. There are over 200 training sessions, as well as floor exhibits and opportunities for student performances, as well as student exhibits. There's also this time going to be a number of lunch options. That was a problem before. It's important that you have nourishment, right? And so there are going to be some new options for food at the New Jersey School Boards Convention Workshop 2025. There's also a new program, New Jersey School Boards Association LEAD program, and that's to support the leadership growth of New Jersey School Board presidents and vice presidents. And there is an executive coaching program that's being offered to school board presidents and vice presidents. And so, again, it is a fee-based program that offers one-on-one and group coaching opportunities to bolster leadership skills. And in addition, just to note, and I think our sister Denise will share a little bit more about that there was a Mercer County School Board meeting that took place on September the 18th. And again, for that particular county school board, I serve as the vice president, but Denise is going to update us on that particular meeting, and that the next meeting of the county school board will actually take place here in Trenton on Thursday, November the 18th. So I think
I'm actually going to provide the update at the October 13th meeting, so.
Okay, so then I'll just say one thing. So at that particular time, at the meeting that we had at Lawrence High School, that we were introduced to a new president for New Jersey School Boards Association, and her name is Amisha Smith, and she actually joined us at that particular meeting. And so it was very nice for her to join us. And again, we were the first meeting that she actually joined in. So we certainly appreciate that. So just want to throw that in.
Excellent. Larry Trailer, legislative update, New Jersey School Board Association.
So the Legislative Committee for the New Jersey School Board Association actually met this past Saturday. We discussed, they introduced the committee members across the state, and we had guest speaker Assemblyman Christopher D. Phillips from LD 40 and Assemblyman Al Barlis from LD 40. There was a conversation around different issues around school funding, money investments into school infrastructure, issues with special education, and the state supporting that, as well as legislative updates. There was a few laws that recently got passed since the last meeting of May of 2025. Recently, the state passed a law expanding childhood education, requiring full-day kindergartens in all school districts. There was some laws around public notice reform and IEP meeting guidelines and workshop working groups, along with protecting student data, no fee option for school lunch payments, filter drinking water stations, and mental health resources on ID cards and other stuff. That was the legislative meeting for school boards.
The 4C meeting was held last Thursday. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, so I do not have a report for you today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Yolanda. Yes, Ms.
So if I might just say one more thing about Mercer County School Boards Association. So our topic was AI, right? And so I did not mention that, and that was a very relevant topic. I learned a lot about it. I learned to ask some questions when I came back to our Teaching and Learning Committee, because again, it's a topic that is very relevant, and it's a topic that we should all be interested in, because the future of AI may replace some of us in terms of some of the jobs that we do and other functions that we perform. So again, I think it would behoove us to, again, continue to pursue this information on artificial intelligence and how it can be used, and also the ethics behind using it. So just a very important topic.
And if I may add something to that, it reminded me a lot of what the Key Meta people were trying to bring to us. I think it is worth a second look to Key Meta.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things from that training, a little bit like a training meeting, I know it was a meeting, but like a training, was the application in education, and how, in terms from a student access point of view, whether it be ChatGPT, whether it be other types of AI that's used by students, trying to get students to use AI responsibly for their original work and original thought, because ChatGPT can, it's like a bot that you communicate with that can tell you things and show you how to do different things. And so it was more how to strategically incorporate it into the academics of our districts across the state. And Lawrence is one of those pilots that received the AI Focus Grant. The only reason why I know so much about it is I'm assistant BA in Lawrence, so that's pretty much why I know more about it. The AI grant, and the focus of the grant is around professional development of teachers. And so that's an important topic for all of us in education, to understand how AI is going to be used by our students in education, and also in our families.
Can I add one more thing before
Absolutely.
we move on?
Board member comments are open.
Two bills on the governor's desk right now that I think is really important for us is Latino and Hispanic American history instruction, which is a bill that requires school districts to provide instruction on history and contributions of Latino and Hispanic Americans as part of the implementation of the New Jersey Student Learning Standards, as well as a chronic absenteeism task force, which established a chronic absenteeism task force, which would allow New Jersey School Board Association to recommend one of the members.
I just want to say I had the opportunity to attend homecoming at Trenton High, one of the best well-run events I've been to in the district since I've been here. I want to thank Principal Courtney and her staff for running such a fantastic day of activities and everything, and there was a great turnout throughout the city. And that's all I have at this point.
You got to mention this, though, Jeannie. We won the football game 50-7. No, that was fixed, though. That was a dynamite game. Our boys, Pete Westminster down. That, I mean, you had to be there. You had to be there.
And one more thing for me, and
okay,
I'll be done. I had a chance on Saturday also to be at an event where one of our board members was honored for being a father, a community leader, a champion in our community, and I just want to say congratulations to Brother Dean Bowie for that recognition.
Elder statesman. That's right. Elder Gene Bowie. That's right. Well, Larry, back at you. You were just honored as well, Larry Trailer. Were you not honored, Larry, for work that you've been doing?
Yes, absolutely.
And what was that honor, sir?
I
did see it.
was honored by Babs PAC, the LGBTQ Democrats, for my work in the community.
Okay, here we go. That's good work, board members. Good community engagement. Any other board member comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Bowie.
Yeah, I just, because this is being aired, right? It's so important that the community and parents in particular pay attention. What brought it to mind is talking about the morality of where you spend your money. I think Brother Austin talked about it. The budget and where our dollars go is critical. It's driven by the mission and the strategic plan which is coming up. And so each year we do this work, and Jane and her team and the superintendent put together a presentation to take and make things simple for folks to understand. You should know where these dollars go. If you go to the school board website, you can actually look at that the presentation document that breaks down all the line items of a budget. Both are on the website. Take some time to look at it. And during the upcoming board meeting where we talk about strategic plan for the next 5 years, please do participate. We're living the results of planning and executing every year goals that support and accomplish those plans. And so when you hear that the strategic planning meetings will occur, because they'll happen all over the city, please attend. Please make time. This is important. This plan will take us out for 5 years. This will be the last year of the current plan. And we've been able to accomplish a lot just because the collaboration with the community, the administrators, the teachers, and the families have put together this plan and set priorities for us. And so it's really important. Quite often, we do not pay attention to the little things, and the little things count. And so our spending this year, there's one slide that if you view, it's like my favorite slide. It's the dollar. And it's a picture of a dollar, and the dollar is broken out to what portion of that dollar is spent on which item. Pay attention to that kind of stuff. It's very, very important. We're at half a billion dollars, I think, 400 and change, which is a lot of money. And we manage it appropriately, but your input is critical to this work. You know what I mean? But you can't start without some concept and context. So please look at the strategic plan that we're coming to the conclusion of. Look at the budget for this current year, because it will take us to the next plan, and then come prepared to contribute. So I guess that's my plea. I had a conversation with someone who really didn't understand like how we get there, and I found it once I shared the plan, like the presentation, it clicked like that. They always say a picture's worth 1,000 words. It's not a lot of slides. I think it might have been 10, 12. So it's a big deal. So I guess that would be my point, to implore people to get involved with this work.
I mean, one of the feathers in the cap is this, Gene, and the board members. The beginning of that plan, we hired Mr. Earl.
That's right.
In the beginning of our 5-year plan, Mr. Earl was hired, and look where he's taking us.
That's right. That's right. All right.
Good work, man. That's what I'm talking about, progress and excellence and integrity.
And can I just...
I'm sorry, he ran with it.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
And can I just make one personal observation? I hate to follow Brother Gene, but I just want to make this one personal observation. So I recently retired from the state of New Jersey. I'm coming up on 30 days, and I would not have made it thus far without having been educated in this district. I have very fond memories of those teachers who pushed me, encouraged me, my guidance counselors, my coach, Elizabeth Bates was my principal, right? So I just know that this district, I'm proud to be a Lady Tornado. I'm proud to be from this city, and I'm so glad that I continue to have fond memories of being a student in this district. So just know that this district does produce lifelong learners and people who excel in academics. So I just wanted to share that.
We do have one new business item, Larry Trailer.
Oh, yes. Everyone should look at your paper. There's a letter from the NAACP New Jersey State Conference. They asked us they asked for a special invitation for the Trenton High School JROTC team to participate in the State Conference annual conference. They was asking for the JROTC to serve by posting the colors during the convention luncheon of Saturday, October 11th, 2025 at 12:30. It is a meaningful part of the program, setting the tone. I believe the luncheon is a veterans luncheon, so they will be honoring veterans, African-American veterans, servicemen who have contributed to our country, and they wanted our support in that. So I asked for the board to vote. Am I asking for that?
You can make a motion.
Yes. I make a motion for us to support or approve the Trenton JROTC team to participate in this event.
I second it.
Probably moved and seconded.
I have a question.
Any questions?
Are we in time enough to approve transporting them there? And
We have to work out the logistics of it. Okay. Okay. We'll modify the motion. Hold 1 minute. Go ahead, Mr. Superintendent, Mr. Irvin. We will hear the General Counsel's recommendations. Can you modify your motion to include pending transportation or logistical issues with district and requirements of regulation?
Okay, absolutely. I should modify?
You amend the motion?
Yeah, I amend the motion with those recommendations.
The motion's been amended. It's been properly moved and seconded as amended. Have a roll call?
Joe Trueheart?
Yes.
Denise Johnson?
Yes.
Jean Bowie? Yes. Eddie Daniels-Lane?
Yes.
Austin Edwards?
Richard Smith would completely get me if I said no to this, so yes.
Yolanda Lopez?
Yes.
Larry Trailer?
Yes.
Jeannie Weeklam?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Proper in order, correct? Thank you. Decent in order? All right, thank you so much. Yes, we're good. Yes, we're good. General Counsel has cleared it. Moving to executive session. Whereas, what do you want me to do? I'm reading it now. Yeah? All right. Whereas Open Public Meeting Act codified as NJSA 10:4-6 permits the exclusion of the public from meetings under certain circumstances. Whereas the Trenton Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances presently exist indicate as follows: any material considered confidential by federal law, state statute, court rule, any pending or anticipated litigation or contract negotiations to which the board is or may become party to, and any matter falling within attorney-client privilege to the extent that confidentiality is required to preserve the attorney-client relationship and allow attorneys to exercise his or her ethical duties as a lawyer. Matters captioned settlement of matters of DA, OBOAOC versus TBOE, docket number 0806009-2025. Board goals 2025-2026. Discussion. The first one was an action item. Now therefore be resolved by the Trenton Board of Education, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, that executive session will be held on September 29th, 2025 for the statutory permissible purposes indicated in this resolution. Be it further resolved that action may be taken by the board when it reconvenes in open session. Be it finally resolved that the minutes of the executive session with regard to the above subject matter shall be disclosed to the public at a later date, and to the extent that the same is not prejudicial to the interests of the parties involved, no longer averse to the public interest, or does not endanger any individual rights to privacy. Motion to approve.
Second.
So moved and seconded. Roll call.
Gerald Trueheart.
Yes.
Denise Johnson.
Yes.
Gene Bowie.
Yes.
Addie Daniels Lane.
Yes.
Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Larry Trailer.
Yes.
Jeannie Weekland.
Yes.
Adjourn to exec
Okay,
session.
we'll turn to executive session. We'll see you when we come back. So we're going to go right into open session. We're coming out of executive session. We have one motion on our agenda to approve settlement in the matter of DA, OBO, OCV, TBOE.
I move that we approve that settlement.
I second.
Roll call. Gerald Truart, yes. Denise Johnson.
Yes.
Gene Bowie.
Yes.
Addie
Yeah.
Lane.
Yes.
Austin Edwards.
Yes.
Yolanda Lopez.
Yes.
Larry Trailer.
Yes.
Sister Weekland.
Yes.
Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. So moved. Second. Probably moving second. All in favor? Aye. Motion to adjourn approved.